That was, I mean, just gorgeous. From the University of Nebraska. That is so hard to do, to change how you're going to stand for a performance like that. I'm a singer, and I've done many performances in all different types of places. That was amazing. That song was One Voice by Ruth Moody. And now I think we're going to see some people arrive, maybe. We're back on the East Front. So hopefully some people are going to start showing up pretty soon.
Our former vice presidents are approaching now. Remember, this will be the inauguration of the 50th vice president, J.D. Vance from the state of Ohio. The vice president is president of the Senate. Again, this angle provided for us by JASIC depicts the Senate side of the Capitol. We expect to see former vice presidents arriving shortly. That was a wonderful rendition. We love music, and see the pan shot here that's getting the entire campus. Well, I shouldn't say when we say East Front, we're talking the area across from the Library of Congress and the modern-day Supreme Court. So oftentimes we say East Front, and someone might say, well, could you be more specific? And I'm hoping that that helps.
Yeah, and we've been mentioning JASIC a couple of times, and we said it at the top, but we'll repeat it again, that JASIC stands for the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Ceremonies. That is quite a mouthful, and that's why we say JASIC. And I think we have a little bit more information from the members of JASIC, specifically the chair of this inauguration's JASIC committee, Amy Klobuchar. So we'll be watching that.
The peaceful transfer of power is at the heart of our democracy. It reaffirms that ours is and always will be a government of, by, and for the people. The inaugural ceremonies are one of our most iconic traditions, where we recognize our democracy and the sacred values that tie us together in front of millions of people across the country and around the globe. The tradition of the inaugural ceremonies at the Capitol dates back to when Thomas Jefferson took office in the old Senate chamber in 1801. It was almost 8 years after President George Washington first laid the cornerstone of the building in 1793, and only one wing of the building had been completed at the time. Over time, the ceremony was moved to the east side of the building and later to the west front for President Ronald Reagan's inauguration in 1981. Through the years, our dedication to the continuity of our government has remained the same, and today we carry the torch forward yet again. The inaugural ceremonies are the culmination of nearly 250 years of our great American experiment in democracy. Our founding fathers intended for the stability of the country to be rooted in the will of the people. Whether or not our candidate wins, we as a nation recognize that when the president-elect raises his right hand and takes the inaugural oath of office, that signifies the peaceful transfer of power. That's what this ceremony is all about. Since George Washington was sworn in as our first president in 1789, the inaugural ceremonies have taken place every 4 years through times of peace, prosperity, and adversity. Today, we gather at the Capitol, a beacon of freedom, to fulfill the Constitution's promise to protect our enduring democracy for generations to come.
"175 years ago, one former senator and Secretary of State summarized the theme of our 2025 presidential inauguration. He said, "The Constitution of the United States was made not merely for the generation that then existed, but for posterity, unlimited, undefined, endless, perpetual posterity." Our Constitution established this country as a shining city upon a hill, the first nation founded upon an idea. Our Constitution realized the founders' vision of a government striving to protect each person's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our Constitution revolutionized America. It revolutionized the world. It was the first of its kind. In many ways, our Constitution was for the generation who wrote it. But more than that, it was for the generations that followed. It is for us today. And it is for our descendants, the generations that will follow us. The Constitution enshrined our inalienable God-given rights. It immortalized America's commitment to justice and to liberty for all, and the democracy that keeps those ideals alive. After all, the Constitution begins with we the people. Today's inauguration continues the traditions that have upheld our nation and its peaceful transfer of power for almost 2.5 centuries. The theme of the 60th inaugural ceremonies is Our Enduring Democracy, a constitutional promise. Like I said earlier, that theme was described 175 years ago, a decade before the Civil War. But most significantly, it was described at our founding. It is described in our very own Constitution, established to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. This 60th inauguration, only the second time a president has been sworn in for a second time, marks another milestone in securing those blessings for ourselves and the generations to come. May we not forget the rich significance of our peaceful transfer of power today. And may today renew our commitment to the American Constitution and to the American people.
Welcome back to the 60th inauguration. You are looking presently at the east front of the United States Capitol. We look forward to welcoming the children of President George Bush. You see the camera zooming in. What a wonderful video. We just heard from Senator Deb Fisher from Nebraska, the chair of CHASIC, Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota. So as we continue to zoom in towards the east front, the buildup continues. I know it's noon that the oath of office is rendered, but there's so much to see prior to this on a rather beautiful but cold day.
Right. You can see the ice is still on the lawn out there. A lot of work goes into making sure that all of these surfaces are safe for everyone to walk on. And hopefully we'll get to see former President Bush arrive fairly shortly.
There is a tree that his father planted to Lamar Smith from Texas. I'm a huge fan of our Capitol grounds. So when we talk about names, sometimes I'm going to reference trees. You'll hear that throughout the broadcast. And the type of tree, I know. Like there's a white ash to Speaker Sam Rayburn. It's not far. Matter of fact, there is a tree to Senator Edward Kennedy just to the left. Actually, you can see it in this camera range now. Yep, that tree just to the left of the brick wall here.
Oh, and here they are. Here's, this is, I believe, former President Bush and Mrs. Bush, Laura Bush. They're arriving now, coming around to the carriage door. I mean, carriage door, because at one point people arrived by carriages, right?
Yes.
And so they'll be coming in over on the Senate side of the building in just a few minutes, I think.
I love that Laura and George Bush President, they met at the undergraduate library, right?
Well, she was a librarian.
You're right, she was a librarian.
Yep.
Yeah, I love that.
Yep, President Bush, he served 2 terms in office, right?
Yes, yes.
starting in 2001. I don't know, could I go back that far? That was 20 years ago.
I tell you, his inauguration wasn't exactly warm that day as well, at least the first one, as I recall. Look at everyone. Now, this is our first look at really at the House side of the Capitol. Our camera views focused on the Senate side. This extension happened in 1857. So for those that have watched a State of the Union or an address in the House chamber, that chamber is December 16th, 1857.
Yeah, from this angle, you can really see the difference between the two types of stone as well. The older stone that is painted sandstone, and then the lovely marble on the other side. But you get a really good view of how the Capitol has been put together through time. But it looks seamless.
Yes. Emily, we have another trivia question for everyone.
We do.
Okay. How many swearing-in ceremonies have occurred on the east front of the Capitol? Again, when we say east front, we're talking about if you're coming from the Library of Congress or the Supreme Court, looking back at the Capitol, how many inaugural swearing-ins have occurred on the east front? Can I give people numbers?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, give me.
Okay, here we go.
Give me a list.
A, 14, B, 24, C, 26, just to throw you off, D, 34.
Well, I read this last night, so I know it's 34. I know it's 34 happened on this side of the building over time.
The point being is this is what a lot of people are used to seeing. Again, if you're a certain age, this side is, my goodness, all of the building is historic, but this is memorable for a lot of people. For President Kennedy, we could go Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Not all of them, but
right. I mean, I think being the history nerd that I am, the picture of the inauguration I think of this side of the building is Lincoln's. I mean, I mentioned him before, but I'll mention him again.
Frederick Douglass, who attended the second inauguration of President Lincoln.
Right.
That's when I arrived.
And, they're still building the Capitol, the new dome, when they had Lincoln's inauguration on this side of the building. So we've had inaugurations under all sorts of circumstances. And yet, there is a transfer of power, this enduring democracy that the two senators were talking about. It all goes on. And I mean, I saw another car come in, but I don't know who's arriving at the moment. But we will definitely see more and more people as we go through. While I'm looking at this, I'm looking at those lanterns.
Oh, sure.
And this landscape was done by Frederick Law Olmsted. If you think, oh, maybe I've heard of his name before, you might have heard of him because he's the one who designed. Ron, you're the expert.
Oh,
Central Park.
Central Park. Every college campus, from Maine to the state of Georgia, Iowa State. There's a tree. Yes, there's a tree named after Frederick Law Olmsted, not far from this area. You'll have to come and take our Capitol Grounds tour. Not in January, for goodness sakes, in May and June. We anticipate more of dignitaries approaching, more families. Just think about when their day started. This morning, with some of them with the prayer breakfast, some with, at St. John's Church, which is historic, just across from Lafayette Park. So, again, this build-up continues.
Yeah, and I think, here we go. Yes, this is the Trump family arriving now.
That's hard to believe. The 2017 inauguration of Vice President Pence and President Trump, it was 48 degrees. You remember that, Emily? It rained. You remember it rained at least part of that day. And although I must say, people are walking as if it's not exactly recreational weather out there, but
they're walking swiftly,
ambitiously.
When I was looking at the inaugural movie that we saw before, the thing I noticed was how tiny Barron Trump was, because he was just a little boy.
Well, not now.
Not now.
No, he's
Yep, now he's in college. And so looks like some folks are getting out of the cars now. But yeah, I believe all of the president's elect children, his children are attending today. It's a big event for families, real pinnacle moment.
Mm-hmm.
We're just watching.
They are
them
moving
coming
quickly.
in.
That's a
Yeah. There they are, walking inside, yeah.
reacting to the person in the brown overcoat, moving swiftly.
Mm-hmm.
That's like 2017, so this is something they're familiar with. This is
Right, so I think in the green, that's Ivanka, Ivanka Trump.
this fastest, yeah.
Yes. Lovely green jacket. We have
There's
more
someone in
family
black
members
that I
coming in.
just missed. They're doing this rather quickly. That's rather impressively.
Yep, all of this, of course, timed so that we
Mm-hmm.
can get to the noon swearing-in ceremony. And yeah, more and more people arriving as we keep on talking, and they're going to fill up the rotunda. Hundreds of people in the rotunda today, and in Emancipation Hall, which is in the Capitol Visitor Center. Capitol Visitor Center is right underneath that plaza that you see. So there we go. There's the rotunda. Everybody will take their seats in there.
I'd like to hear more from the choir. I was rather impressed.
Yeah. Yeah, the choir is a joint choir. Senator Fisher, we just heard from, she's from Nebraska, and so she asked them to come and talk, to sing for the inauguration because she's on the joint committee, and I think they did a really great job, considering they had to change everything at the last minute, like everyone else, because we're honoring the request of the president-elect to hold the ceremonies inside this year, because, as we've been talking about, it's cold outside.
There's going to be I can promise you, a stirring rendition by Lee Greenwood. I can recall my years at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And I think the first time I heard Lee Greenwood was 1986. And he sang God Bless America. There was, I can't remember the field, but a lot of people have heard this rendition via television, perhaps radio. There is nothing like it in person. And so not just the words, but look at his expression, look at everyone that's around, and you will be moved. This is one of our great moments of an inauguration. Music. I can recall last inauguration, Garth Brooks, who rented the national anthem, just literally came in from the East Front, went through the West Front, down to the platform, and then shook someone's hand and walked away. It's just so expect a moment here for Mr. Lee Greenwood singing "God Bless America."
I think that's going to be in a little while, but before that, I heard that some more people are arriving.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so I think former vice presidents are going to start to arrive next. So we're waiting on that. But I agree with you. Music is a very important part of the inauguration. And I'm looking forward to all of the performances that we're going to hear today.
Friends, let's hear from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and Steve Scalise, respectively, from Louisiana. I think you'll be touched by this video as well.
The history of the inauguration is in part a history of our people and our government. On our first inauguration day in 1789, church bells rang and ceremonial cannons were fired to celebrate George Washington becoming president. Every inauguration is a reminder that the people, and not just one man, are the ones ultimately in charge. I've experienced firsthand 2 inaugurations live, and they're such special events. Regardless of policies and politics, an inauguration represents a new moment in America as we honor a time-cherished tradition. There's reverence and a sense of togetherness, and that's what our country needs. I really believe President Trump will do a phenomenal job, and we all know the presidency is bigger than even just one man. It takes all of us for the country to succeed, and the American people are the smartest, hardworking, and most generous people in all of the world. We live in the greatest country in the history of the world, and with a great president and the great American people, I truly believe our country can soar to new heights. The inauguration also reminds us of the importance of faith. Every president has taken the oath of office using a Bible. After George Washington was sworn in, he kissed the Bible where he placed his hand. Calvin Coolidge, Ulysses Grant, Benjamin Harrison, so many other presidents did the exact same thing. And for hundreds of years now, presidents have concluded their oath with the words, "So help me God."
So help you God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
The United States is a gift from above, and our founders made sure that we knew that our rights come from God and not the government. They boldly proclaimed that as a self-evident truth. So even that phrase, "So help me God," is a reminder that we would be nowhere without heaven's continued care and blessing. We're all excited for the America First agenda that President Trump is leading. And we also have a real sense of reflection on our history. Our grand experiment in self-governance has endured for nearly 250 years now. In fact, it was 250 years ago, this year, that the first shots of the revolution were fired at Lexington and Concord, and Paul Revere made his famous ride. Our people have endured world wars and civil wars. We've endured economic depressions and even terrorist attacks. But no matter what trouble we face or how many times we get knocked down, we're going to get back up. We'll never be destroyed, and we will always press ahead. The secret of our genius is the timeless principles that we represent. The belief that every person is made in the image of God and has the inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We boldly proclaim that as a self-evident truth. And as we remember all the presidents we've had and the 250 years of history our people have made, we're praying that our country and our experiment in self-government will endure for generations to come.
Presidential inauguration is so important to our country because this shows the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And it's not just important to the United States, to people all around the world. It shows what a real democracy looks like, and it reminds everybody why the United States is such a special place. Every presidential inauguration is an opportunity for the new president to lay out their agenda for the country and their vision, especially to show the people of the nation what's ahead, that shining city on the hill. And for Donald Trump, he becomes only the second person in history to come back as president a second time. And so as he becomes the 47th president, I'm sure President Trump's going to be laying out that vision for the nation, how we can get our country back on track and show opportunity and optimism for all Americans.
Well, welcome, if you're just joining us, to the 60th inaugural ceremonies. My name is Emily Boisvert, and I'm joined by my colleague, Ron Jackson, and we're here at the United States Capitol. We're looking at the east front of the Capitol building right now, and we're waiting for everyone, anxiously awaiting for everyone to arrive here today for the 60th inauguration.
Emily, that last video, I'd like to highlight what the House Majority Leader, Speaker Solis, referenced about inaugurations. And I wrote this quote down. This inauguration shows what a democracy looks like, the practice of democracy. I thought that was as pointed of a moment of what I've seen so far from the videos. I really like that. Steve Scalise from Louisiana. He knows where my stepmother is from, a little place called Bunkie, Louisiana. You've never heard of that. No one's heard of that. Again, the buildup continues here. By the way, just the cloud cover just kind of split here. Look at that flag.
Oh, that's a great shot down Pennsylvania Avenue. So
that's the first one we've seen of this, right?
Right.
Of this view.
Right. So to your left-hand side, those are the Smithsonian museums, and then right ahead, right there in the middle, is the capital of the United States.
Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Well, normally that would be a site of parade, but this year is going to be quite different in terms of a parade. Well, that wind is increased since we came on at 8:55 Eastern time. That is, again, this was forecasted.
Yeah, but you can really, I mean, it's a cold day, but it's a clear day, so you can see the hills in the background. That's Maryland, believe it or not, because the district is, well, it was part of Maryland originally, and then they carve out this federal district, this federal city of Washington, and designed by Pierre-Charles Enfant. So we have these wide avenues that lead to the government buildings like the U.S. Capitol.
All names that of French origin Emily will pronounce.
It goes with the last name. You can learn all of the French names. You know, the black flag underneath the Stars and Stripes, we also have that flying in the rotunda. And a lot of people ask us, especially international visitors, about the flag. Would you like to talk a little bit?
The Prison War Missing Action flag was really ordained when President Reagan President Reagan was inaugurated, if I'm not mistaken, and we've had a particular flag looking like that in the rotunda since the 1980s. You just mentioned about tourists. Please do not touch flags in the rotunda. Don't do it. Don't even think about it. It's not that you're trying to be disrespectful or insensitive. You just may not know, but please don't touch flags. Speaking of flags.
Back in the rotunda. Yeah, look at all those flags. Well, I recognize, of course, the American flag.
In ROTC, I at times, I was part of the color guard. And this is, of course, I was much younger. That is something to hold those streamers, to hold the American flag is a great privilege. As the camera is in this particular zoom, Emily, the three women to the left of the American flag, there's a name for them, the Portrait Monument. And I know we're going to see the rotunda a lot, but just very briefly, who are the women?
Oh, I think, well, we'll definitely talk about that before too long, but I believe that there are some members of the cabinet coming in right now, and cabinet spouses are also arriving. So we have these huge buses.
With the Marine One.
With Marine One in the background.
And for those that have history of the Capitol, but you're not familiar with the new Visitor Center, those skylights, yes, they are new for some. But we anxiously await who's...
A part of me can't believe that Marine One is on the roof of essentially our office, the Capitol Visitor Center, right?
That's true. We anticipate Cabinet designees coming, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the department heads will be here shortly. But America is really on display when it comes to inaugurations.
I don't know about you, but when I was coming in today, I felt like every bus, every mode of transportation has been requisitioned for this event to make sure everybody gets there on time, make sure the streets are clear.
We anticipate seeing Mr. Musk and Zuckerberg leaving these vehicles. They've had a long 2 or 3 days. We're being selfish, or perhaps I'm being selfish in talking about the event for today, but this started, this crescendo to get us to this point has gone on for a couple of days. With no shortage of people gathering around. We'll give us a few seconds, take our time with this.
I think I see Senator Rubio has exited the bus.
Tulsi Gabbard is disembarking very shortly.
These are all people who have been nominated for the president-elect's cabinet.
Kristi Noem. Pete Hegseth, who...
Is that him out front, I believe?
with his hands in his pockets?
Yes.
Without an overcoat? I believe so. This potential Secretary of Defense. Well, he's a military guy. Is this just a mere brisk day for him? He's going to be fine.
Yeah, so it looks like they're getting a military escort into the Capitol. And
I see United States Marines. That's what I see.
Mm-hmm. It's a Marine band, Marine escort.
Well, yes, but I do see Air Force personnel. Look, Military District of Washington, all 6 participating. We're going to hear a little later, I think, from the Coast Guard band.
Yep. There's so much that goes into planning for all of these people to come to the Capitol building and gather together for this ceremony. All the little pieces, we're seeing all of them right now.
Emily, I saw people running in shorts on Capitol Saturday. Yesterday morning, breezy. Then conditions changed. It was cold. It was windy. You wouldn't know, but look how beautiful the day is.
It looks clear, but I'm telling you, it is very cold. Oh, and there's another shot of the Capitol right out front.
Oh, Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, yes.
Yeah.
It's about a mile and a half between the Capitol building and the President's house. By the way, it's Theodore Roosevelt that renamed the President's house the White House. That's who did that.
Yep. So it looks like everybody's making their way inside. I'm sure they're happy about that.
Emily, I think we've seen no shortage of I'd say about 300 people that have entered the East Front. And we know the rotunda. We saw chairs. There won't be that many to be seated, and there's other areas they'll be placed at. So it will be hundreds and hundreds of people here. But the moment in the rotunda, yes, that will be restricted.
Well, at least this time they get seats, because with President Reagan's second inauguration, they didn't have enough time to set all this up like we did for today, and there was basically standing room only. If you look at that footage,
yeah, people have seen footage by now. There were people, unfortunately, shall we say, close to statues. Okay, they were hanging from certain statues. Don't do that ever. You'll catch my eye. Don't do that ever.
Yeah, but here we are back in the rotunda waiting for everyone to arrive. There are some things in here that are different from how you normally see it, the bunting in particular. They've added for inauguration specifically. Usually that's not here. We're a little more pared back, typically.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell, accompanied by the Honorable Elaine Chao.
Senator Mitch McConnell just being introduced from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and his wife, former Secretary of Labor, Elaine Chao.
Yep, they're coming in from the Senate side of the building.
Senator Mitch McConnell, who is no longer in leadership, but still very prevalent. Well, what he has seen, think about the years, he dates back to the 1960s, the early 60s, before the March on Washington, even when he arrived in terms of being an intern as well. Think about this, they just introduced the former minority and majority leader of the Senate, and President-elect Donald Trump won't be sworn in until approximately noon. Now again, stay with us. Even beyond the inauguration, the National Statuary Hall with our luncheon, the President's Room, the sign. There's a lot to see.
That's right. Now, we've been talking about how cold it is outside. right?
Yes.
Did you notice when we were watching the inauguration that people weren't wearing hats?
Didn't
When we
notice
were
that.
in the video.
Did notice that.
So, which president was last, do you think, to wear a top hat?
Well, did not President Kennedy take his hat off?
He did.
Well, he has good hair. I mean, who would?
Yeah.
Yeah. But now it's a stovepipe hat is what we're, in terms of tradition, right? That rather direct presence. It's kind of sharp. I've never worn one.
No?
No, I've never worn a stovepipe hat. That might change.
Next time you come to a tour at the Capitol, look for Ron and his stovepipe hat. Well, I mean, we're still just waiting for more people to arrive, but it's a...
Let's see what we can see here.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
Oh, Mr. Zuckerberg entering. Who is that with that stunning white coat? What, that's really sharp. Oh, Mr. Bezos, Jeff Bezos just came. Thank you to our spotters. We should have said that. Thank you to our spotters.
Yep, looks like more people are arriving right now. Hopefully we'll be able to see who they are. Oh, and yes, it looks like they're going into the carriage door on the Senate side and then moving across and over to the House side again.
Okay, former President William Jefferson Clinton and Senator and First Lady Hillary
And
Rodham Clinton.
Secretary
Yes.
Clinton.
It's 1996 inauguration. I remember walking down the street from the Union Station. There it comes.
Oh. Yep, there's Secretary Clinton. You can
Okay.
see her in the black with the turquoise scarf.
I was going to say teal. I'm glad you said turquoise. The Obamas are close behind.
Is President Obama.
I should say, excuse me, President Obama, excuse me.
Yep. President Obama's coming out next. Bill Clinton's 1997 inauguration was the first one broadcast on the internet.
Correct.
I remember looking that up. We still had dial-up internet at the time.
Dial-up internet.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
We've
That
moved
was
on from
brutal.
that. Yes. But President Obama is going to be the next to arrive, we believe. And he's walking in now. Yep. So looks like everybody's coming out for this. There he is.
There he is.
I can.
Look at that distinctive walk.
Yes, I was going to say the same thing.
And without a coat, without a hat. He feels nothing waving at someone.
Yep.
Speaking of inaugurations that had cold weather.
President Obama's was fairly cold.
Fairly cold. My goodness.
Both of them.
Yeah, that's right, actually.
I was here for the second one.
I've never talked about weather so much in my life.
You can see just more people arriving on the East Front.
Well,
Yep.
just inching our way towards
And you
the
can
oath
hear.
of office. you're going to remark about instruments, the band.
You can hear the Marine Band again. People taking their seats. You know, the main podium is going to be flanked by these paintings we were talking about earlier by John Trumbull. And these are all based on the really the founding of the United States. It starts, we have revolution scenes. Oh, here we have more people arriving.
The staging areas throughout the Capitol. The Capitol has over 500 rooms, and many, including the Capitol Visitor Center, will be used.
Is that Majority Leader Scalise? No.
I think you're in the red tie. Yes, black suit.
Yeah.
Now remember, friends, the ceremony, one of the ceremonies, I should say, the prelude is about 11 o'clock. So, again, we'll get there. I know it's 10:21 Eastern Time. We will get there. We'll get to William Henry Harrison in a little while in terms of 1841 when he rode a horse from the Capitol from the White House and back.
Yeah, the first,
Let's see who we can see. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay. Oh, I think I saw Senator from Arizona in that shot.
Senator Kelly.
Yes, Senator Kelly. That piano's beautiful.
It is, I was going to say, the keyboard or piano.
Yeah, that is lovely in the background.
This rotunda floor is going to be overwhelmed with people here in about another hour. Remember that the Supreme Court justices, we just mentioned about the presidents and, the vice presidents, former presidents and their family. Where will everyone go?
They're certainly going to be elbow to elbow sitting there. But Supreme Court justices are arriving now. You're just speaking about the Supreme Court.
And Brett Kavanaugh, Associate Justice Kavanaugh, will renew the oath of office to Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. Chief Justice John Roberts will give the oath of office to President-elect Donald J. Trump.
Mm-hmm. And that is, that's in the Constitution, that the Chief Justice gives the President-elect the oath of office. And so that's a tradition that is set.
You know, when Vice President George Herbert Bush was sworn in, it was Associate Justice Potter Stewart. And again, the year's 1985, and unfortunately, Justice Stewart passed on later that year, 1985. Yeah, December of that year, December 7th, to be specific. But a longtime friend. Of Vice President Bush. I'm looking forward to America the Beautiful. I'm looking forward to, of course, the national anthem.
And they're playing My Country 'Tis of Thee right now. I almost sang along.
Huh?
I held it in, but...
Well, I'm bass. You're probably...
Alto?
Alto.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You never know.
We've yet to talk about the House and Senate Sergeant at Arms.
Oh.
They're responsible for this, along with JSIC as well. When I say responsible for this, it's so many agencies that are involved, but the Senate Sergeant at Arms, Lieutenant General retired Eric Gibson, House Sergeant at Arms.
Ready, post.
Oh, here's the ready post. That just alerted me as a military man. There's all this coordination that goes with Capitol Police. What a Herculean job it is for Capitol Police. I mean, everyone with credentials.
Right, and we also have the help of outside police departments and the National Guard. All of them here.
Of attending physician has to be pleased. I shouldn't say pleased, but moving the inauguration inside. That certainly helped them. Let's be honest. This would have been a tough day outside to tend to people. And just think about that. The gates would have opened at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. 200,000 tickets, over 200,000 tickets were distributed. That's a lot to deal with. So I'm certain that attending physician's office, not that displeased that things were moved in proceedings.
I'm hearing a song I haven't heard in years. This is my country.
This is my country.
I remember singing this as a little girl. Yeah, so it looks like members of the House are coming in from the House side of the building. Members of the Senate are coming in from the Senate side of the building.
We have governors, the mayor of the District of Columbia, Mayor Bowser.
The Librarian of Congress is
Dr.
going to be here,
Hayden.
Dr. Hayden. The first woman to be the Librarian of Congress. Also Thomas Austin, we mentioned him before because he's our big boss. We're going to mention him again, probably. The architect of the Capitol. Well, this is a great march. I'm trying to place it, though.
So am I. Give us a few seconds.
Well,
Emily, ceremonies. I mentioned the rotunda is ceremonial. And besides inaugurations, besides Lion and States, we've had statues unveiled here, Remembrance Day, victims, survivors of Holocaust Memorial. Quite a few ceremonies have happened. You know, we're talking about President Reagan in 1985 for his inauguration. Think about the planning for him. That happened the afternoon before. So it happened Sunday afternoon. The Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies found out, if I'm not mistaken, it was announced Friday. So they've had just a little more time to coordinate. Now, again, it doesn't make everyone happy. There's a lot of people that just simply you can't put 200,000 people in the Capitol building. There's not enough space. So
yes, we have 2.5 million visitors a year, but not all at the same time. Right. So, but I was just thinking about the Marine Band a little bit because they're playing right now. I think, of course, someone will tell me if I'm wrong, but the march that they were playing is one by John Philip Sousa. Who was born in the district. He was the director of the Marine Band. Real influence on the patriotic music that we think of today when we think of American marches and American music. It's really John Philip Sousa who's one of the main influences in that type of music.
There's so much named after him. There's bridges named after him, schools. He's buried Congressional Cemetery in Washington, D.C., which is just down the road a little bit from the Capitol building. Again, we're looking at the rotunda. This is the west side of the Capitol, these Revolutionary War paintings that we just seen at the base. Again, the build-up continues. Yeah, I'd like to know how many students are streaming in. When we were younger, inaugurations, you went to school that day. You went to
Yes.
school that day, and then you knew it happened. But now with everything that's available to people, students now in their classroom are able to stream. Perhaps they're streaming our YouTube feed now. I think that's important. A lot of what we do is teach young people, and inaugurations is more than a teachable moment.
So I think Franklin Graham has arrived. Oh, and he's going to be doing one of the prayers during the ceremony.
His father, Reverend William Franklin Graham, Billy Graham's statue was unveiled May 17th of last year. That statue is placed in the crypt. His wife, Ruth, is behind his left shoe.
Yeah,
That's speaking of ceremonies in the rotunda. Reverend Billy Graham.
Oh, there we go.
There
There's
he is.
Franklin Graham.
Mhm.
Oh, and there's, I believe that's Cardinal Dolan next to him from
Who-
New York.
He's on the program.
Mhm. I was sort of hoping he would wear some of his vestments.
Yeah. Reverend Billy
But-
Graham. I remember, speaking of weather, it happened in February of a few years ago when Reverend William Franklin Graham, who lay in the state. You know, there was a family member that greeted everyone that came in the rotunda.
That's right.
You remember that? There was a family member, and I can't remember if it was an overnight visual or not. But
Not that one.
It went out that one, but it was lengthy. There was, I can't remember, but I recall a family member greeted everyone that entered the rotunda, and then again, just May of last year, his statue.
Now we're happy that even though we've moved it inside, and so there aren't as many people outside watching, we do have about 100,000 people watching this live stream today. So yeah,
I noticed at the beginning 2.2 million people had signed up, or at least were on it. They were waiting at I don't know, 8:45, 8:50, but 100,000 and more coming. That's let's be honest. We have a lengthy broadcast, and again, we're really just getting started. JASIC just isn't honoring the oath of office beyond that. And we have so much to show you.
yes, and hopefully members of the Joint Committee are going to arrive soon. And if members of the Joint Committee are arriving, that means we're really getting close to the start of the ceremony. And this is them arriving now.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. How do you feel this morning?
It's exciting. Bright, sunny outside, bright in our hearts.
Oh, we just heard the speaker.
A lot. We'll see.
Thank you.
Speaker Mike Johnson from Louisiana.
This isn't a trivia question, but I'm going to give one.
Okay.
The second coldest inauguration. The second coldest. We know the coldest. Everyone knows the second coldest. So I'm just going to throw out
I
three.
think I know it.
You do?
Is it Ulysses S. Grant?
Yes, it is. You can't fool anyone.
Yes.
Yep. 20 degrees. in the morning, it was 4 degrees.
Yeah.
Ouch.
No interview. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
We're hearing some of the audio from the people who are coming in.
The Speaker's office is close by. We should mention that the Speaker's office is just off the side of the House side of the rotunda. That hasn't always been the Speaker's office. It's been on our beloved East Front lobby. Matter of fact, it was under Speaker Newt Gingrich that the Speaker's office moved to its present location. Uh-huh.
What's your message today? Sir, thank you.
How quickly are we filling up?
I know, you said it was going to happen.
Well, much sooner than I thought.
Yeah. Well, there are 535 members of Congress, right? So everyone gets a seat today. Plus,
Yeah, you mentioned plus. cabinet members,
Cabinet members.
Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Yeah.
Our boss has a seat someplace. I'm looking for Mr. Austin. He's probably, he'll probably work it up until the very second.
And the delegates from the territories and District of Columbia. I think we mentioned Mayor Muriel Bowser and the governors and all sorts of people coming here today.
The statue to the right that's in marble is President Abraham Lincoln. To the left will be President Ulysses S. Grant. And then to the left of that, the bronze statue, Harry S. Truman. That particular statue of President Abraham Lincoln dates back to 1870, sculpted by a woman.
The first woman to sculpt a statue for the Capitol, Vinnie Ream. She was a teenager when she got this job. It's just amazing.
Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah. She was able to do such a lovely piece of art. And then the Ulysses S. Grant statue was a gift, but not from a state this time.
Mm-hmm. Right. That again, it's rather strange. Every state must give 2 statues, but some statues are gifts, like Thomas Jefferson, and then some are commissioned by Congress. Senator McConnell is talking to. Let's see if we get close here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh.
the members of the United States Senate, led by Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, Majority Whip, the Honorable John Barrasso, and Democratic Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin.
Senate leadership has arrived, led by Senator John Thune, Senator Barrasso from Wyoming, Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois,
Yes, everyone just taking their seats.
Getting back to the Lincoln statue about Vinnie Ream, she's a wonderful story. She's buried in Arlington National Cemetery. She married an Air Force officer, the last name of Hoxie, H-O-X-I-E. I may not pronounce his name, just
Oh, I think I just saw Senator Booker.
Cory Booker from New Jersey.
Yep. He's got the blue tie on. I think that's him.
Senator John Cornyn. Yeah, Senator John Cornyn with the noticeable silver hair. It's white. Red tie.
Yeah, this is more of the Senate coming in to take their seats.
I see Senator from Pennsylvania.
Oh, Elizabeth Warren.
Peterson.
She's wearing
Yeah.
purple today. Oh, I see her. Yep. in
Senator
the
Fetterman
corner.
is in shorts. That's my first oh my moment. I'll leave it at that. He's wearing a black hoodie. Okay.
Oh, everyone's filling in.
I think I
Senator
see-
Cruz.
Yep. Ted Cruz. Don't worry, friends of the House. We will be, when they file in, just trust us. We will.
Yeah, some of them have already come in, but we'll pick them out as well.
That's hardly 40 years. President Reagan at his inauguration. I'm told by former tour guides and just Washingtonians, that was a cold, cold day.
Senator, right this way, please. Hey, sorry. Resume focus.
We just found out that the presidential motorcade has left the White House. So they finished their tea, and they're going to be arriving in just a few minutes. Of course, we're going to speed down Pennsylvania Avenue because they've got a motorcade. and come right over to us.
They're not taking a horse like President William Henry Harrison?
No. No, they are not.
The horse's name was Old Whitey. President William Henry Harrison in 1841 rode a horse without a coat and hat. And we'll talk about the words a little later, but gave his address and went back to the White House, and I think we know what happened after that.
Well, I've this year the chair of JSIC, of the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Cemetery. Oh my goodness, ceremonies! I told you it was a tongue twister.
You did.
Anyway, Senator Amy Klobuchar, she is going to be escorting the motorcade in. So, like we said, when the members of JSIC arrive, that is when all of this starts. Which president do you think was the first to arrive by car, by automobile?
By automobile.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you a few. Was it Wilson?
Thomas Woodrow Wilson. Okay.
Harding.
Warren G. Harding.
Hoover.
Herbert Clark Hoover from Russ Branch, Iowa.
Or Teddy Roosevelt?
Why do I think Theodore Roosevelt would have rode a horse?
Well, I mean, that is the image we have of Theodore Roosevelt, right?
I'm going to say Theodore Roosevelt.
It's actually Warren G. Harding.
Warren G. Harding.
1921. He's the first president to ride to the ceremony in an automobile.
He should have taken a horse. Would have been faster. He would have.
Well, I don't know what kind of car he had. I just know he came to the car. And as we're watching this, trying to pick out some more people to talk about so that we can tell you who we're seeing here. It's a lot of blue suits this year. I was watching your commentary from the last inauguration. I remember that Janet said a lot of the ladies wore teal. This time it's definitely navy blue.
Seems to be, yes. See the open seats. That'll be when we start the ceremony.
We're waiting. We're just waiting for the presidential inaugural arrival, and as soon as they show up, we are going to show you some footage of that. We'll go right to that camera. It looks like they're coming down. There we go. Looks like there they are. They're coming down Pennsylvania Avenue right now. On their way. You know, Thomas Jefferson walked to and from his inauguration.
His boarding house was the modern-day Longworth building. And at that time, when he was inaugurated, the room was the Senate chamber, which is a stunning room. Please visit us, and hopefully you'll be able to see the room. And you mentioned not his first, but the second inauguration. He said in one of his inaugural speeches, I believe it's the second, a difference in opinion does not necessarily make a difference in principle. And so, in translation, that we can disagree, but the principles, those are the fighting points. It's very much the way it is today.
You know, we've been talking a lot about the weather, of course, but at the beginning, the oath of office ceremony was always indoors. And then I think it's James Monroe who's the first to take the oath outside. Here's another thing I was thinking of. I remember reading, we're talking about Reagan's ceremony in the Rotunda. That happened on the Monday, the 5th, because the 4th was a Sunday. And I'm going back and forth. They used to be in March, and now they're in January.
20th Amendment, yes.
So it's on the 21st. of January. And, you know, not only was that Sunday the 20th, but it was also Super Bowl Sunday.
Super Bowl Sunday.
Yep. So,
Emily, there's an image of Emancipation Hall we want you to see. And friends, Emily and I, we've seen a lot of ceremonies in this room. And this is where, again, the rotunda can only hold so many people. So you have others. I shouldn't say that's not a polite word to use, others, but those that were not able to make the rotunda are going to this, our relatively new visitor center. I shouldn't say relatively new. It's 2008 when it's opened. And so this is another staging area. This is another view of the presidential motorcade.
there we go, presidential motorcade arriving. Again, coming in on the east front.
What a scene at Emancipation Hall. That was.
There's so many people.
If I'm not mistaken, there's about 12,000 to 14,000 seats there. So I'm sure there's more than that around.
Oh, there's the presidential seal on the car, so everyone's coming in.
Expect the ceremony to start. More music about 11 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Again, this is the 60th inauguration ceremony. We are under the wonderful guidance and assistance of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, known as JCIC. We await the 47th presidential-elect Donald J. Trump, the 50th presidential-elect J.D. Vance. Again, this is the Senate side. We call this the carriage door.
Right, and as we watch the presidential motorcade arriving, we're going to be listening to Lee Greenwood sing in the rotunda. J.D. Vance and his wife Usha are walking in right now.
Well, let's. Lee Greenwood just finished his rendition of Proud to be American as he exits to the left.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Good morning.
Oh, that sounds like President-elect Trump.
Mm-hmm.
President Biden?
Yeah, you can hear President Biden's voice in the background. President Biden sworn in 78 years of age. President Donald J. Trump shortly will be sworn in 78 years of age. God bless America. Mm-hmm. Catherine Lee Bates. Is it foul mouth or foul mouth? Massachusetts.
Oh, Falmouth.
Falmouth.
Yes.
Falmouth. Thank you.
I was wondering where you're going with that one.
Thank you.
Oh, sounds like the vice president's arriving.
I really would like to hear that rendition of God Bless America. The space was traveling to Colorado to lecture, specifically Colorado Springs, where I was spending some time last October. And so moved that she penciled a poem and then transformed it into a song. Hope you're enjoying our time with us. Thank you so much for those of you who've been with us since 8:55 Eastern Time.
Yes, we're just waiting for everyone to arrive right now.
I'd like to know what type of piano that is. Tell you what, the next break I might just go down there and find out what type. I wonder if it's Kindle. I played piano when I was 11 years of age, and obviously I chose another career.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
Okay.
here we
the
go.
President-elect's cabinet and cabinet-level designees.
President-elect Donald J. Trump's cabinet and designees approaching.
The president's cabinet is appointed by the president, but the Senate has a role in this. They confirm the appointments. It's showing the relationship between the legislative branch and the executive branch.
Once they file in, Emily, this reminds us on tour, you're getting people assembled
Right.
between two statues.
It is
Face
sort of
me,
similar.
anticipating the diplomatic corps to be introduced very shortly. Nice to see that sky blue colored dress. Infantry blue, as we would say in some parts of the military. I just know someone with a cowboy hat on. Okay, I missed that person. You know, the members of the House of Representatives wore hats until about the 1830s. And the Senate took off their hats in the 1840s. That was a big deal. You used to wear your hat inside all the time in the 1830s. House said, okay, let's not do that. And the Senate continued to the 1840s. Thus, one of the many differences.
Yeah, the Senate and the House, they have their own rules for how they go about their proceedings, and those change with each new Congress. Or they can change. They don't have to, but they can.
Again, when the music's docile, that tells us what?
Someone's
Something's
coming.
Right.
We're waiting for that curtain to open.
The announcer is from the military district of Washington, and wonderful voice. Don't know the person's name.
Now they're coming through what we would call the west door of the Capitol building. So even though we're not on the west front, we are on the west side of the rotunda for the ceremonies. Today, that's where everyone's sitting who's part of the ceremony.
The next time the drapes are separated, parted, Notice the flag that's there. That was placed there when President Ronald Wilson Reagan reigned in state. And someone thought it was a good idea, and they left it. They left it there. That flag hasn't always been there.
It's one of those things that, oh, here we go.
Someone's called the room to attention.
We're just waiting to see who's coming in.
Well, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. No shortage of people in that room. That is. I think President Reagan, we had, I believe it was about 900 people approximately.
Yes. Yeah, but that was standing room only. So
It won't be, no,
yeah.
900, no. Not
Well,
today.
What I was going to say before we were called to attention
Right.
was that one of the iconic pictures is of people coming into the rotundas. They want their picture in front of that American flag as they come on in and fill in the space and go on tour. You know, the Capitol building used to be the biggest building in Washington, D.C., and so it was always hosting events. And you can see in this photo or in this video how you could have a really large ceremony inside in the rotunda specifically.
96-foot diameter of the rotunda, 108 windows.
Oh, for 180. Well, it's 360 degrees in a circle. So. And one of the facts we always tell the kids is if you took the Statue of Liberty off her pedestal,
Please don't do that.
Please don't do that, but if you did,
you
could fit her inside the Capitol Rotunda, and she'd still have almost 30 feet to spare. So, Tim Cook has just come in.
Few options when you come in. Go where you're assigned.
Yeah, please follow your tour guide.
Please follow your tour guide. Where have we heard that?
Yep.
Speaking of tours, are we touring tomorrow? We shall see. The Capitol is closed on holidays such as Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. However, we would have been open today on this day in which Martin Luther King Jr.
Right. If it wasn't Inauguration Day.
Correct.
We would have been
In other
here.
words, we'll be open President's holiday,
Right.
the third Monday of February. We're open Memorial Day, 4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
Please check our website, visitthecapitol.gov, to see about operations for tomorrow. That's the sound of those rifles. That's It is approaching 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm Ron Jackson. Emily Relove is with us. We are happy to present on behalf of CHASIC the 60th inauguration. President-elect Donald J. Trump will be sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts shortly. When I say shortly, in about another 45 minutes. And Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh We'll swear in Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. Between that time, a lot to observe, including the announcement of the Supreme Court justices. We have the luncheon that we're going to feature in National Statuary Hall, the Old House Chamber, the signing room.
In the president's room.
President's rooms.
There's a lot.
There's more than that.
And we're going to be with you for it all.
Thanks. We've been 2 hours just like that.
Flew by.
2 hours. Have you ever given a tour 2 hours?
Yes.
My goodness.
Yes.
There's.
Have you, Ron? I think you have.
Oh, so get me started. I might do it after this broadcast. I'm feeling motivated.
We're looking out. This is this is a view that we get to see a lot.
Yes.
On the right-hand side is the Library of Congress, biggest library in the world. And then on the other side, third branch of government, the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court used to be in the Capitol building all the way until 1935.
That's hard to believe. In just another, 11 years will be the 100th anniversary of the modern day Supreme Court. You're going to hear the name President William Howard Taft a lot. A lot. Case Gilbert, the architect, you're going to hear that name a lot. Speaking of President Taft, I think you mentioned this earlier about weather with President Taft in 1909. 9.8 inches.
Yeah, they had a big blizzard, and so they had to move everything indoors. Yeah. But, the Supreme Court sharing space with the Senate for so long, it seems unbelievable today, but, now they have their own building.
Emily, we're having a moment here in which we're about to observe the departure. Ah, yes. Well, right. The setup for the departure is going on at the moment. So you see Marine One.
Right. Yep. So that is. There was a question as to whether or not the weather would be good enough today for Marine One to take off, but it has been cleared. So we're happy that it's there. And it sounds like we're taking our seats in the rotunda. I heard.
It's that time, 11 o'clock, the ceremonies. That piano player, I hope that person, I'd like to know that person's name again. Acknowledgement. Beginning to see people, they were going around shaking hands, talking to people. The seriousness of the moment is.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated.
Yep.
Oh, this is a wonderful one. It's lovely.
Mm-hmm. Nice touch.
We're going to preview some of the things we're going to see in just a few minutes. And of course, they'll come up on your screen, but we're looking forward to having a call to order by Amy Klobuchar, who, like we said, is the head of JSIC, the Joint Committee. Also, invocation by Cardinal Dolan and Franklin Graham. I'm excited to hear a little opera. An opera singer from New York named Christopher Macchio. He is going to be singing later.
Tenor, yes. It was, speaking of opera singers, it was Jesse Norman in 1985. Graced the Rotunda.
Yep, and then country music star Carrie Underwood will be singing America the Beautiful. So lots of pomp and circumstance. It's a very important event for America, but also a lot of great music.
I liked our last shot from the East Front. It was showing the preparation for the departure. Again, this is just so many pieces that have come together.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Yeah, Yeah, that's a ceremony. That is a formal ceremony of the vice president and, the president will, President Biden, Dr. Jill Biden will depart.
Yeah.
We'll talk about this later, but 50 years of service, that's something to reflect
Celebrate.
on.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm just drawn to the Library of Congress in the background. But I'm heard that the Supreme Court is going to be arriving shortly. They have such a long trek from across the street to come to the Capitol building.
Oh, they didn't walk, but it's long, lengthy. They didn't walk, but it is, you're right. Yeah.
Of course, we have the old Supreme Court. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. On the first floor, on the Senate side of the building, we get to go in there quite a bit.
So many rooms. It's such a wonderful building. We'll talk about visiting again a little later.
Right. Okay, here we go. So next should be the Supreme Court justices.
Emily, the painting to our left, Saratoga, New York. The painting to the right, Yorktown, Virginia.
Yes.
We'll get to those a little later on, but just for those who are wondering, who on earth was in the red coat? General John Burgoyne. And who was in the red coat on the right? General O'Hare. We will get to those paintings a little bit. We look forward to the Judiciary Branch making an appearance inside the rotunda.
Yep.
Again, this room dates back to 1824.
Now, all three branches of government here today. The legislative branch is hosting, but the executive branch, the judicial branch.
We have volunteers that work with us that are here today, so everyone contributing. And you, those of you that are watching our YouTube broadcast, thank you for your patience. Music playing, that means just give it a second or two, right? It's hard to believe, just like 3 weeks ago, President Carter, laying in state.
Right. A very different ceremony, a very solemn affair. And thousands of people came to give their condolences. And today we're celebrating, our government.
Yes.
What we're supposed to do as a democracy.
Well stated. Well stated.
The thing is, I'm watching this about how here, we're on the East Coast, we're in Washington, D.C., but people came from literally all over the country to be here today.
World. In
some cases, the world, right? And that people from all around the world are watching this, of course, but that, Congress at its core, it's supposed to represent the people. That's in the preamble of the Constitution, we the people. And so here we have people from every corner of our country coming together to show who we are as a nation.
I wonder what the broadcast will be like 100 years from now. West Front and beyond.
Right. I mean, there are things, there are new things about this ceremony that I never thought would happen. We now have a Space Force, right? And they're part of...
Space Force, yes.
They're going to be part of the pass and review of the military later for the very first time. So, the Constitution can be amended. That's what the founders wanted. And so we change as the world changes, as our country changes.
Emily, June 6th of last year, I attended a ceremony. The astronauts who are flying over the moon later in the year with our friends in Canada, the lead commander said, when your children, excuse me, when your grandchildren fly from Mars to the moon to here, there was a tree, the saplings came from the moon. They planted it. It's a wonderful, it's not a spruce. It'll come to me. It's sweet gum. It's a sweet gum. A tree was planted last year, and you mentioned Space Force, and I couldn't help but think the astronaut said, this is going to be in the future. And so.
And I think right now we're going to listen in.
This land is your land.
I didn't know they were going to play this, but.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. Ladies and gentlemen, performing O America, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
To thee I will be. Oh, America, no weeping, let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be grand, and all through this land you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You're calling me to pay to thee, to thee, oh, I will be. And we will be as one.
The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago: pray. Pray when fighting, pray alone, pray with others, pray by night, pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him, Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs blasting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors and song singers,
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
It's a beautiful day, January 20th, 2025. We just witnessed a constitutional mandate, the peaceful transfer of power, the oath of office given to our 40th President Donald Trump, the 50th Vice President J.D. Vance. President Trump mentioned in his speech one of the, I think, identifying marks that he wanted to be remembered as a peacemaker and unifier. A peacemaker and unifier. I thought it was also interesting that he said this is the new golden age of America beginning now. We haven't had an inauguration of the Rotunda since 1985. Today, JASIC, all agencies delivered. My name is Ron Jackson. This is we've been on since 9 o'clock, but we just witnessed a stern rendition of the national anthem by tenor Christopher Macchio. I want to make note of this. There's a lot of ceremonies that happen in the Rotunda. We've witnessed so many of them. But I think it's interesting, this happens with inaugurations, that the national anthem is rendered after the oath of office, after God Bless America. It's the crescendo of the ceremony that happens in the Rotunda, and what a powerful rendition we just witnessed.
Yeah, there was a lot of great music in this. The Battle Hymn of the Republic was one of my favorite arrangements of that particular song. And now we're just waiting for the departure ceremony. So at this point, we've had the inaugural swearing in, and the newly inaugurated, sworn in president and vice president are going to escort the now former president and former vice president out back to the East Front. We were talking earlier about Marine One, and we're going to see them. There we go. Yes. So now former President Biden will get in Marine One with Dr. Jill Biden, and they'll head off. And then the Vice President and Mr. Emhoff, they're going to leave by the motorcade.
We have a departure video. I think you're going to like. I know you're going to like this, friends. So let's set this up. The outgoing, as Emily just stated, the outgoing administration in terms of President, Vice President will depart. But why and where? And please watch this video. We think you'll like it. Friends, we'll have this video for you in just a moment. Once again, it's 1:05 Eastern Time. This is our plaza of the East Front of the Capitol. President Donald Trump, I had about 12:01, 12:02, in which he went to the stage. Chief Justice Roberts rendered the oath of office. No, I didn't have time to count the words. I was going to, but there's a group that will do that.
Yeah. What was the longest of the inaugural addresses?
William Henry Harrison, 8,445 in 1841. I think most people know the shortest, which might, I have to admit, it still surprises me. The shortest speech, President George Washington, 135 words.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, again, we talked about, for those just joining us, we've talked a lot about weather, and when President Washington was sworn in, it was 30th of April 30th, 1789. The attempt was March 4th, but because of weather, it had to be postponed. You know, the person that informed George Washington that he was going to be president was a gentleman from Ireland. His name, Charles Thomson. I'm saying it twice because our scholars out there, and maybe even those short of being thought of as scholars, will remember that name, Charles Thomson, the Great Seal.
And let's watch the departure video. Time for that. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we're not going to talk about history. We're going to talk about what we're seeing in real time here. So there we see Mrs. Trump and President Trump out there. They've pulled the car up. Jill Biden's wearing the royal blue coat, staying next to President Biden.
I can't imagine the feeling that the Bidens must have when Senator Biden defeated Senator Boggs in 1972. It's more than difficult circumstances in December of 1972, well documented about the tragedy. And then 1973, I mean, all that has gone on 1973, since 1973, 17 years, Judiciary Committee, Senate Foreign Relations, 5 justices, leadership periods. He's ran for president more than once, in which even once he withdrew. And now he leaves, they leave as great-grandparents. Right? Recently, a great-granddaughter born. Again, I can't imagine what's going on in their mind, but some reflection about all the inaugurations they've attended.
Quite a few, I would imagine.
How about for Senator Biden, when President Carter was inaugurated on the East Front?
And then Vice President Vance and his wife, Usha Vance. She's wearing the pink coat. They're walking over with the now former Vice President Harris.
That helicopter looks a long way away. This VH-92A, there's a new fleet of helicopters being used in this. 78 feet in length. 78 feet in length. It's between, for those that are not familiar with this side of the Capitol in terms of what is new, those 2 skylights are on top of a new building, relatively speaking. In 2008, the Capitol Visitor Center. That plaza, those bricks will be put to the test when that helicopter ascends.
Okay, and I believe there goes now former Vice President Harris. And
the motorcade, correct?
with the motorcade. And now we should see the next group walking towards the helicopter. Yep, there they go.
Well, listen to the wind.
Yeah.
Mrs. Trump making certain, I imagine there's more than a fastener attached to that hat.
Bobby pins galore, holding that hat to her head. Yes.
You never stop serving your country. You never stop serving your country. And we don't know what the next phase will be for the Harrises and Bidens, but rest assured, you never stop serving your country. So I would say that was an affectionate exchange between the families.
Right. Now the former president getting inside the helicopter, and we should be able to watch it take off.
Look at the crowds on the Library of Congress Supreme Court side. This is really something to witness for those that are nearby. Marine One.
We sometimes see it working in Washington. We sometimes see it bringing the president back and forth to the White House. It's always a sight to see. Certainly for visitors, it's exciting.
Why do I think a trivia question is coming about?
You never know. It could be coming.
Vice President J.D. Vance.
Waving goodbye. So now the president will go back into the Capitol building for more parts of the ceremonies. Or parts of the ceremony. We have a couple of more things to go through before he goes back to the White House this afternoon.
That ceremonial luncheon is going to be devoured quickly, I think. Breakfast seemed long ago. In between that was everything, right? A prayer service. Or maybe it's just me.
Well, they definitely have a 3-course meal waiting for them in a few minutes. Oh, here we go.
The recognizable white top of Marine One. Yeah, we've lost. I can't hear. The direct route to Andrews Air Force Base, named after Lieutenant General Frank Maxwell Andrews. Graduated West Point in 1906, served in the military in 1946. We often hear of Andrews Air Force Base. Ooh! Frank Andrews, he was a Lieutenant General in the Army Air Corps.
So I think maybe it is time now for a trivia question.
Oh.
You ready?
Sock it to me.
Who was the first president to depart the inaugural ceremonies by helicopter? Here's your choices. Ford, Reagan, Kennedy, Carter. I'm making it hard.
President Gerald Rudolph Ford.
That is correct.
I once heard him speak to an entire elementary school in Kentucky, yes, in 5th grade. And, of course, I wanted to ask a question. Do you think they allowed that to happen?
No.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Not that I'm bitter about it. 1977, never mind.
So I think now we're going to watch a little video about the signing ceremony that's going to happen next, a little history of this event. So let's watch.
The first official actions taken by the newly sworn President of the United States occur in the President's room just off the Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol. After the departure of the former President and First Lady, the new President gathers there with aides and members of Congress to sign nominations and sometimes memorandums, proclamations, or executive orders. This tradition began in 1981 with President Ronald Reagan. Prior to that time, nominations were often submitted to the Senate on Inauguration Day without ceremony.
Okay, so we're going to see that ceremony a little bit later, but we have something a little bit different next because so many people were in Emancipation Hall. Instead of being in the rotunda this time, we're going to go to the Visitor Center, which is right underneath the plaza of the Capitol building, which is what we're looking at right now. Here we are, and I believe the President's going to speak some to the crowd. We'll see what's happening in just a few minutes.
How many speeches he's made in the last 48 hours?
Quite a few. I mean, I can see that JSIC, the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Ceremonies, has come to the platform. It's a good thing that Senator Fisher is wearing that bright green.
Yes, recognizable.
I can point her out or pick her out right away.
Look to the left of Senator Fisher, and you're going to see...
Oh, who's arriving now? They're coming down this grand staircase into this room we call Emancipation Hall.
There is a statue of the first woman to become a member of Congress, Jeanette Rankin, born in Missoula, Montana. Her brother Wellington was her campaign manager.
Yep. She was elected in 1917, before women even had the right to vote nationwide, but they had the right to vote in Montana.
They did. Mm-hmm. She traveled quite a bit, states of Washington, California, New Zealand.
Mm.
Her brother Wellington went to Harvard University.
I believe this is the Speaker of the House.
We should yield.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here as witnesses to President Trump's triumphant return to the White House. Right now, already this morning, you can feel it around the country. We certainly felt it here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the President just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience than I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, oh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally uniform.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. You know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine. With the family, because of the family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They said, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I heard by not, oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. You know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. So she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a signing, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one, all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart
that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, have got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott, he's a great man, a great leader. And, but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics, too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning? No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much, please. Let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell. But they tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him. He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something that was just, it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Well, did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to do it. Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady, a beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should, she's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody, thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
And welcome back, everybody. We just saw the president talk to his supporters in Emancipation Hall. That's in the Visitor Center at the Capitol. My name is Emily Boisvert, and I'm joined by my colleague, Ron Jackson. And we are here because of the coverage by the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Ceremonies here at the Capitol building. So this portion of the proceedings, there are about 1,300 attendees in Emancipation Hall, and including the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott. One of the things I noticed was that when President Trump was introduced, they introduced him with two, he's the current president, but
45.
yeah, he was also the 45th president, and he is only the second person to do that. Grover Cleveland is the other one, and I was reading that when he was introduced, the same thing would happen. They would say it's the 22nd and the 24th president, Grover Cleveland. But we're excited to be here right now and waiting for the next step.
The speech in Emancipation Hall was longer than the inaugural speech upstairs. At least it felt like it. The first thing he did when he went downstairs was call the group, well, wait a minute, this is a younger, more beautiful audience. Now, upstairs the speech was for the country. Downstairs, it was for the base. It was for the base. Now, Emily and I are approaching this for JASIC from an historic perspective, not a political perspective. And I thought what was noteworthy was the comment he made to Senator Charles Schumer, the minority leader of the Senate. And it's something that you've heard in some form or fashion over many years. He says, Chuck, it's time to get along. And not uncommon, but Senator Schumer seemed to echo those sentiments. He mentioned Governor Greg Abbott from Texas, who was there. It was interesting to note there's so many governors that attend, and I think you mentioned there's 1,300 people there. In surveying the Emancipation Hall, you probably didn't realize just how vast that area is. You can really, there's a lot of people you can not notice, and Governor Abbott is mobility impaired, and so he probably wasn't exactly up front. But no question, talking to the base, and a lot of momentum to the base. We start off with Vice President J.D. Vance giving remarks, then Speaker Johnson. So the next phase is to get to the signing room. I want to talk about travel. The rotunda is where he gave the inaugural speech. Right. He then traveled 2 floors down and then outside another 100 yards to say goodbye to President Dr. Biden. He then comes back in the building and comes down another 2 levels to Emancipation Hall. He will go upstairs another 2 levels to the Senate. So traveling time will take a while.
Yeah, I don't know if they're taking him, all the back routes that we know to get up into the rotunda. But
well, they would have to, or else we may be here for a while. There are shortcuts.
There are shortcuts,
and
if you know where they are.
Oh, yes. Toured them many a time, yes.
Yes, but so from this point on, couple more things. First, we're going to go to the signing ceremony. President Trump talked about that in his speech a little bit. Here's the room where it's going to be. This is the president's room. So traditionally a room where Congress could meet with presidents. We sort of nerded out a little bit earlier because we were trying to figure out which of the which pieces of art were in this room. And this looks like Senator Klobuchar is coming in with Senator Thune, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. So this is right off the Senate chamber. And there is Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries as well.
Don't you like those floors?
Those Minton tiles.
Stoke-upon-Trent in England, $2.03 per tile. Friends, this is one of the many reasons why you need to visit the Capitol. These floors aren't just in private areas. If you were to visit the gallery, meaning House Senate Gallery, it's very likely you would walk on these tiles.
Yeah, exactly. And this room is really one of the most, it's a smaller room, but it is really one of the most richly decorated spaces in the Capitol building. The artist for this room, his name is Constantino Brumidi. He was hired in the 1850s, and he worked at the Capitol for 25 years.
Naturalized citizen.
Yes, yes. He's born in Rome. He worked there for a good portion of his life, but ended up coming to America. And all of these paintings that we're seeing on the wall, those are all frescoes with gilding. It's just really ornate in that space.
Yeah, the president's room is wonderful. Earlier in the speech that President Trump, he mentioned about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that is the room in which him and Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the 1964 Voting Rights Act, along with Reverend Dr. Ralph Abernathy was in attendance. This is an area that's not unfamiliar to those of you who follow inaugurations. But for those that don't, you're saying, where on earth is this room? To give you an idea, because you can see windows, this is the North Wing, Senate side, Supreme Court side. That's probably a better way. If you will look across the street, you would see the Supreme Court. There we see a photographer taking pictures of members of JSIC there. It's a stunning, beautiful room. It has gifts from other countries and nations there. It's President Washington's cabinet that's featured on medallions.
Yeah, and definitely a space that today is used by members of Congress, like we're seeing right now, but traditionally it's a place for the president to meet with Congress. And I was reading that President Wilson in particular liked to come on over to this room, and this is where he would meet with members of Congress. Today, oftentimes we more hear about members going to the White House than we do the president coming to them. But it looks like we're setting up for maybe a photo or something right now. Oh, you mentioned the desk for the Civil Rights Act. By the way, if you want to see the actual desks they used back then to sign the Civil Rights Act, it is in the Capitol Visitor Center. It's an exhibition hall. And you can be up close and personal with history and see that desk downstairs.
Exhibition hall is located in Emancipation Hall when President Trump was just giving his remarks. You might have seen a statue behind him, that being freedom, triumphant in war and peace, or just simply freedom. Behind her were columns and that museum space, which is wonderful. When I say wonderful, we teach students. We have an area called Democracy Lab that, Emily, you're intimately associated with programs with students. Matter of fact, if you didn't have time to visit the House and Senate Gallery, there are theaters in which you can watch simulcasts of the proceedings. By the way, the Senate's in session at 4:30 today.
And I believe the House is coming in as well.
We likely may still be broadcasting at 4:30, but Congress is in session today. Remember, to visit Congress, you need passes from your members. From your member, it's best to email or call, and they will set the conditions, and you will pick them up. And it's wonderful to visit the new chambers, although we'll be featuring one of the old chambers a little later on. Emily, I'm going to give an unscheduled quiz. You see a fireplace to that corner right, don't you? Speaker Mike Johnson, our 56th speaker, just walked in on the Senate side. I'll have to ask him how many times he's been in the president's room. He's a 5-term member of Congress. Anyway, maybe he's been there a time or two. We see that beautiful fireplace. Okay, for our audience, there are, how many fireplaces are in the Capitol? I'm going to give you 3 options.